everyone. How is your Thursday going? Let me know that you're here. Let me know what you're working on or reading, whatever you're using these for, because these can be used for whatever you need. I am going to be doing a mix of two things, mostly because I have two kind of big projects that I'm sitting on that I need to get either done today or make a good chunk of progress in. So those two projects are Mistborn. I am reading The Final Empire with my patrons. We're starting the Cosmere. And this is my first ever Brandy Sandy, and I need to get through this book. I will not be finishing this today. My goal is to finish it tomorrow. To do that, I should be at 80% by the end of today. Do I think I'm going to accomplish that? Maybe not. I got a bit behind for a couple of reasons. This book reads a little bit slowly than I thought it would, which is okay. That's totally fine. Not a big deal. But it is taking me a little bit longer to read it than I originally thought. So I am currently at 59%. Yes, 59% of The Final Empire. So I would love to get that last 20% read today, but I doubt. I think if all I was doing was reading, that would be doable, but it's not. I also have to make significant progress or finish editing my 24-hour timer vlog, which normally I would not have too much issues editing a video during a sprint, like getting that done. But the amount of footage that I have from 24 hours is obscene. The thing is, it took me 9 days to read for 24 hours with the timer. So there's just 9 days worth of reading and life and all sorts of fun. It's going to be a great video. I'm really excited for you to see it, but there's a lot of footage. I have no idea how long this video is going to be. We'll find out together. I don't know. I read quite a few books, so there's a lot to talk about in that video. And again, there's also like lifestyle stuff too. So, I got to edit most of that today if I can. So I think what I'm going to do, because both of these kind of need to be done in equal measure, is I'm going to switch every sprint what I'm doing. So I'm going to do reading for one, editing for one, reading, editing, and just do that for the next 7 hours. And then I'll do bones. And whatever will have been done will be what I accomplished, because as much as I would love to get to 80% and finish that video today, can I do that in 7 hours while also having fun and chatting with you all? Maybe not. So we'll do as much as we can. And then whatever doesn't get done, we'll go to tomorrow. That's usually my way with things, is I'm like, this is my goal. But like, will I finish? Who knows? I also have to schedule tomorrow's sprints, because we do have sprints tomorrow morning as well, which whatever I don't finish, I'll do tomorrow on sprints tomorrow morning. So that'll be fine. So I have to schedule those two at some point. And I think that's all I have to do today. I think I'll also have interruptions, have to probably clean something at some point, all the things that also come with adulting. Hello, Kelly and Jess and Kendra and Steph is here. 99 pages left of Ashes and the Starker's King. Then I'll be choosing my next read as well as I start to plan for October. I cannot believe how close it is to October. I just did not just did, 4 days ago when I planned this week and put out my week at a glimpse on the patrons. I was like, how is this the last full week of September? Like how did that happen? I don't even know. I hope you're enjoying Ashes of the Starker's King. Is this a reread for you as well? Or is this the first time you've read this one? I know that Serpents was a reread, but I'm not sure if this one is. Let me know. Good morning, Glenda. How are you? We'll be listening to Earthlings. I need to make myself some coffee and do some laundry. Hello, Rainy. Tennille is here, popping in to say hi on your lunch break. Rainy, you are home during the hurricane. I've been watching this on the news, obviously, because hurricanes, this one's not going to hit us, but obviously I live in hurricane place where hurricanes hit. So I'm always kind of like up to date on what hurricanes are coming where. And I know that you are not in the path of the hurricane, thankfully, but that like basically Florida has shut down, which fair. At 55% of assistant to the villain, and I know that is for a vlog, so, can't say anything about it. And yes, stay safe at your grandma's just in case. Hello, Livia. Hello, Renee, reading Handmaid's Tale. Ooh, for a book club. Lincoln wants to tell you he's going to grandma's house and he's so excited. Yay, Lincoln. Grandma's house is fun. Hello. I just got your notification as well, Aoife, because Aoife just posted a video, or at least I just got notified of it. Whether you just posted or not, I can never trust YouTube notifications to be accurate. But you must have tagged me in it. So Aoife has a new video. So if anyone needs something to watch during the sprint, have a little break, have a little rest, Aoife's got a new video. Aoife, you have the ability to put the link to it. If you would like to, feel free. I think it was a TBR video, I'm assuming. And I'm just going to mute myself because I feel like I need to cough and I do not want you all to have to hear. Okay, I think we're good. I had like a tickle, Hello, Stacy. Have about 80 pages left of the final Empire, and I'm at a very tense point. Need to eat lunch and at some point have lunch. Yes, you are much further ahead of me because I know I asked you what chapter you were on, and I think you said 34, and I'm on 24. So I'm a ways from getting to you. I think I'm very close to starting part 4 of the final Empire. I think I only have like 1 or 2 more chapters to get to part 4. 2 more chapters. So I might actually be at part 4 at the end of this next sprint. Hi, Sherry. How are you? Due to the hurricane, working from home. So look forward to a day of reading with some work in between, and please stay safe. Hi, Alex. Finished Lawn Boy for a reading vlog. You can finish that. How much more do you have to read? They're my favorite too, and I haven't done one in a while. The last one I did was during Battle of the Girl Bands. Is that when I did that? That is 100% when I did that. It's when I read God Killer. So that would have been February was the last time I did a 24-hour timer vlog. This has been the easiest one to do, mostly because this is the 3rd time I've done it, and I knew how long it takes. The first time I went into this thinking I could knock out 24 hours in the matter of a couple of days because I clearly overestimate how much I read. And this time I went in with a much more realistic time frame of like, this is going to take over a week. And I was less stressed and enjoyed it more. Reading Flamboyance, the Queer Harlem Resistance, Wish I'd Known by George M. Johnson, a nonfiction book. It really does, because like you're just getting back into, school and everything starts back up again, even if you're like not in school, like all activities start back up again. And it's just a busy month. Ooh, The Housemaid on page 74. It's a reread and loving it. Hi, Ro. I am. I'm starting the whole Cosmere because, why not just dive right in and read the whole thing? So we're doing a Cosmere read along. And I needed to get to this anyway, because you've all heard this. This isn't new information that I needed to read a Brandon Sanderson book before I hit it in Wheel of Time. Because I know it's okay for that to be your first Brandon Sanderson, but like, I just didn't feel right about that. There you go, friends. Hi, Taylor. Just got through running errands and making spaghetti for lunch. Hope you're having a good day so far. Spaghetti is fabulous. 24 hours is going to be a Christmas break activity for me. It took way long while working. You just have to slot out so much more time than you think for that vlog. Because even though I read multiple books a week, like I read a lot more than a couple of books in 24 hours if that's all I'm doing is counting like reading time. Read Mistborn as soon as I finished my September TBR books. Yes. 31% in. It says I have 5 hours and 53 minutes left of the audio on 1.75 speed. Yeah, you can definitely finish that today. 100%. I mean, we're going to be here for 7 hours, and I have the timer set to 1 hour sprints, 10-hour chat, or 10 hour, no, 10 minute. Could you imagine? We're going to sprint for an hour and then chat for 10. No. 1 hour sprints, 10-minute chats. Although, if we go over, we might go over a few minutes on the chat, but we should be remaining pretty productive today. I will do. I'll head over to the group chat in a minute. No. So they will be vlogged in some capacity, but there won't be like a specific vlog for necessarily each book. They'll just like fit in. So Mistborn actually is featured in my 24-hour timer challenge. It's the last book I read. So obviously I didn't finish it because the timer ran out and I finished the 24 hours. But I read the first 30-ish%. So you get my initial thoughts in the 24-hour challenge vlog. I don't know if the end of Mistborn will be in a vlog. I was going to do doing bookish stuff vlog this week, and I was going to put the end of Mistborn in that, but that ended up getting moved to next week just because there was a couple of days this week that I thought I'd be able to get out of the house and do bookish stuff, and then I couldn't. Life went, no, that's not going to happen this week. So that's going to probably get done next week or the week after. So I don't think there will be a vlog of my end of Mistborn as I originally planned, because my original plan was to have the end of Mistborn in that vlog. So it will be my wrap up though. And obviously I'll probably chat on sprints about my final thoughts. But my first 30-ish% of thoughts is in this 24-hour timer vlog. Thank you for this reminder. Definitely will finish Assistant today. I have to, and hopefully get a huge progress on another book. The clock is ticking on this project. I know what this project is, but obviously I will not say anything, but it is ticking. The time is ticking. With that, we are at the end of the comments. So let's dive into our first sprint, and I will see you all in an hour. Welcome back. How did your sprint go? I got to 64% of Mistborn, the Final Empire, which tracks. It seems like in a sprint, I can read about 5% of this book. That just seems to be my speed with this, which is why I think it's been feeling very slow, because 5% in a sprint is not very much book. But I did just get to the end of part 3, the start of part 4. Things happened. Things occurred. So where are we going from here? I mean, we still have 2 whole parts of this book and like 35%. So like there's a lot still to go. There's a lot still to happen. I will get back to that, not in this sprint, in the next one, because in this sprint, I'm going to edit. Yay. Because I am going to switch back and forth between reading and editing today. And I'm just editing for those who are new and just joining. I'm editing my 24-hour timer challenge video, which I do not know how long this is going to be when I'm done, but it could be a full-length movie. It probably won't be that long, but I have a lot of footage. It's going to be a long vlog, y'all. Hello, Margaret. Making breakfast while I watch. Hi, Neva. Hi, Alicia. Just joining. About to get some lunch and track the storm and hope to read more of the flat share. So far, it's kind of meh for me. Those are the worst. I kind of would rather dislike a book, to be honest. Alicia, please stay safe from the hurricane. I don't know how close you are to it, but please stay safe. Hello, more on my second cup of coffee and reading Below by Laurel Hightower. Rachel's here. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Maya. Just working on some homework, and then I'm going to be reading Kingdom of the Wicked and Icebreaker. I love this for you. Is it the first time you've read Icebreaker? Or is it a reread? Let me know. Because we all know I'm obsessed with the series. If this doesn't tell you that, this little display that I made the other day. Because now that I have Daydream and also the humidity's down, I can actually put out my special editions again. Because these are the paperbacks that like bend in the humidity. So I put them away. But it is time. Because fall is here. The humidity is down. They can be on display and beautiful. And we love to see it. You know, I saw this question come in while I was getting settled when I came back down here, and I do not love pop culture references in a YA or any sort of, they tend to be in romance books. So I don't tend to love that. If it is, it's got to be like really classic pop culture that isn't going to age the book. Most references age the book too much though. So like it would depend, like if it's super like, you know, if you're going to put in like, I don't know, like a Grease or something kind of throwback, that's fine. Because like everybody is always going to know what that is. But like something like the demure trend, no. Don't put that in a book. That's going to age. Yay, finally going to do some work. Got to 61%, 130 pages to go. 51 minutes left, and I'm not okay in the best way. I need to read this one. This is the only one I haven't read yet, and I need to read it before book 3 comes out. But I don't know if I'm going to, because I mean, I'm going to read it. I don't think I'm going to get to it before book 3 comes out, just because I'm in the middle of reading all the Every Romantasy books, and this is not one of those. And I kind of need to focus on that project. So this will probably happen after book 3 comes out, and I'll just like binge the last 2. I'm glad that you're having fun though. Didn't read, but got the laundry in, fed baby lunch, made me a coffee. Then boyfriend surprised me with a coffee and lunch, so I'll be extra caffeinated today. You know what? We do love a man who will surprise you with a coffee though. That's top tier. Top tier. 80 pages. Hello, Abs. Oh my goodness. Reading Sunbringer. I love to see it because, you know, I love Godkiller. I love Sunbringer. I gave them both 5 stars. Adored it, adored it, adored it. People did the things And I was like, what? The book is only like half over. How are we here right now? Like it was a thing. I really liked this one. This is my favorite Allie Hazelwood so far. It's the same, but yet different from Allie, if that makes sense. Like it's still a STEM romance, but it's definitely a smuttier, more vibesy STEM romance than we normally get from her. Got to page 53. Should finish The Forest of Vanishing. I'm having a hard time reading comments today. The Forest of Vanishing Stars in this next sprint. How are you liking this? I do like Kristen Harmel's writing. Like I've read 2 and I've enjoyed them. Got to 17% of the German translation of Jack Reacher book. No, reading this was not my idea. And weirdly understanding more than I expected. So yay me, absolutely yay you. I mean, you're reading it in German. So that's like top tier. You know, like I couldn't do it. I couldn't read in another language. So like you should be proud of yourself. Hello, Catherine. Reading all the calls of the dark. What is this? Is that a typo or is that the name of the book? Let me know. I'm going to look it up, but it might be a typo. Hi, Stacy. Had lunch, got the baby down for a nap, and read about 30 pages of The Final Empire. You are definitely going to finish that today. It's true. Because I did exactly what I was told. I went and I yelled at Margaret in the group chat. I follow instructions. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry that you're having family drama. But a date sounds fun. Oh, I love this for you. I love this for you, Maya. I really do. Icebreaker. I loved that book. Like it just worked for me. The mental health and anxiety rep in that book just really, really, really worked for me. I gave it 5 stars. I just read Daydream, 2 weeks ago? And I loved Daydream more than Icebreaker, which I did not think was possible. But this is what happened. So if you're looking at the series, I gave the first one 5, the second one 4. That was not as good as the other 2, in my opinion, just because I didn't relate to the characters as much. And Daydream 5. So, I love them. In the Tampa area, and it will hit us here in a few hours and into the night. Please stay safe, Alicia. Oh, that hurricane's a big one. Like I said earlier in the chat, I always kind of know what hurricanes are happening just because we get hurricanes here. So I'm always kind of like paying attention of what's coming near us. And when you're paying attention, you just know about everything that's kind of happening in the hurricane world of who's getting hit with what's starting to form, what may go this way or that way. It's not a fun time, but it's what we must do. Things have started happening and they just keep happening. That's good. Maybe that'll help me get through it a little bit faster. Because I did find part 1 and part 3 I liked. Part 2 was a bit of a slow part for me, where I just was less interested in what they were doing. But I'm enjoying the book overall. You love pop culture references. I'm a big right to the audience you have now person. Don't worry about the future. That's fair. That's why there's books for everybody. The book below is only 106 pages, so I'm hoping I can read it today. Yeah, I think so. Again, we've got lots of sprints today. We've only done one of many, many. We're going to be here for 6 more hours, so lots of sprints. Then we're going to teleport to Nicole. Read 16 pages in 45 minutes, so we'll see. This is me with Mistborn. I'm like, I feel like I'm not making any progress, but it's just because with percentages in really chunky books, you just don't get very far through very quickly. I can do that. I can message you. I will message you. I will tell you what just happened. Been putting off Sunbringer, partly because I love the first so much and was scared, and partly to be closer to the last one releasing. Yeah, that's completely fair. I really loved, I don't know if you've started it yet, like, or where you are in Sunbringer, but I loved that we just like jumped right in, and I'm glad I read them close together, which makes somewhat think that I may want to like reread them when the third book comes out, because Hannah Kaner did not give us any spacing. It was like, boom, this is what happened immediately following. Like it's almost in the same scene as the last scene of God Killer. Like we jumped right in. So it was fresh in my mind. And I liked that too, because I was super invested immediately in what was going on, because it wasn't like a rebuild up to something happening. Something was happening. Oh, color. That makes sense. I was like, I think this is a typo, but I need to look up this book. Okay. I'm still going to look up the book in the sprint. Hello, Cece. How are you? Been saving your icebreaker annotations video for while reading it. Oh, that's so fun. I hope you enjoy reading along with me as I annotate icebreaker. That was fun. That was my very first book I've ever annotated. I haven't annotated anything since. God Killer is going to be my next annotation project. And then I think I'm going to have to do Daydream. Not the special edition, my regular edition. The special edition is going to remain untouched. Loving it. I'll be reading more Kristen Harmel. I've read The Book of Lost Names, which I really liked. And then I can't think of what the other one was, but it was like the more newer release, which I just thought was just okay. I think I gave it 3 stars. It wasn't the peer pressure, it was the FOMO. And also, caffeine. Chapter 9 in How to Kill My Family. Hello, Bronwyn. You're reading Earthflown. I saw this in the Discord and it makes me want to pick it up. I do not have time, but Earthflown is, I think I'm pointing to it. It's right behind me. It's one of these books here. And I was really hoping to get to this during Amazing Readathon because it was sci-fi, but it did not happen. I will need to check it out. We're doing okay where I am, a bit south of Alicia, mostly wind. So with any luck, I'll get stiffs. I was like, wait a minute. Whoa. Love it. Well, fingers crossed for you. Got 37% into Lawn Boy and got some dishes done. 70 pages in, read God Killer at the end of the year. Was going to reread before Sunbringer, but I'm using it for Slayer Fest and didn't have time. Luckily, I remember most of what happened. Yeah, it was a good time for me. I did them almost back to back. Like, well, not back to back. I had a month in between. I read God Killer in February, and I feel like I read Sunbringer in April. So I think I had a month in between. So it was super fresh. I'm so excited to read the third book. I'm so excited to get my hands on it. I don't know if it has a release date yet. I saw on Hannah Kaner's Instagram that they were writing, like doing edits or something for the final book. So like it's in the process. It's on its way. I'm assuming we're getting it sometime next year just because she did back-to-back years with God Killer and Sunbringer. So I'm sure we'll get it sometime next year. I'm very excited for it because I can't wait to know how it ends, but I will read anything Hannah Kaner would like to write at this point. So this year, because also I said this the other day about Hannah Grace, is that I would also read anything that they are going to write ever because I loved it so much. And I honestly just realized that they both have the name Hannah. So maybe I'm just now like a Hannah fan account just for people named Hannah. Yeah, I just started this when the comment came in because I was like, well, anything that is reminiscent of Icebreaker, I want to read. So must do. But the other one that's reminiscent of Icebreaker was Unsteady, which I have upstairs. I thought it was down here, but it's not down here. So it must be on the bookshelf upstairs. And it's a hockey player figure skater romance. So it's definitely like adjacent. So I need to get to that sooner rather than later too. I think they released at the same time for Sunbringer. I know with God Killer, the UK released earlier. But I think with Sunbringer, I think there was only like a month apart. Like there wasn't like a big break. There was a little bit of a difference, but I think it was only like 3 to 4 weeks. So probably around the same time. Love it. I love when there's good mental health rep in a book. It makes me so happy. It really does. We're just going to be Hannah fans. Oh, Hannah Whitten. Good point. Good point, because we all know I loved For the Throne and For the Wolf. So that's it. We're just Hannah fans now. I'm not mad about it. With that, I am going to get to editing and I will get us into the next sprint, and I will see you all in an hour. We came to Neva, everyone, which is like so exciting. Hello, how are you? What are you up to?
Hello, I'm making 24-hour graphics, 24-hour sprint graphics because do I ever make them a week in advance like I say I'm going to? Absolutely not. They always get made 24 hours before. I'm also listening to or reading whatever. One of us is lying for a vlog, for the Gilmore Girls vlog that's still not done. It's fine. Okay? It's fine.
It'll get done eventually.
This vlog has taken me way longer. And I might have started it over because I felt really slumpy after I read That Sick Love.
Mm-hmm.
So
Fair.
And that was one of the books that was supposed to be in the Gilmore Girls vlog, and I was like, I don't like any of this footage where I'm trying to talk about this book.
Yeah.
So I started over.
That's fine.
But
we do this all the time as content creators. We're like, never mind.
Right. Now this book is good. I mean, it's like a YA thriller, and it's fine. Yeah. It'll probably be like 4 stars. It's not going to be like. But I also finished Fucking Sweet yesterday.
Did you love it?
Yeah, okay. So
I haven't seen your vlog. I know that you posted a vlog. I have to watch it.
I gave it 5 stars. But I'm disappointed that it's not a 6-star, but I think I knew going into this that it might not be.
Yeah.
Because of the accidental pregnancy that's in it.
Yeah.
I don't I don't like that trope.
Same.
And while I think that the accidental pregnancy and the fact that Poppy doesn't know like who the dads are, like that was like who for sure the dad of her baby is. That whole scenario that we get was dealt with really well. But it's still not a trope that I like.
Yeah, it's not your favorite.
I also think that listening to this one with audio while listening to the rest of the series without audio because they didn't have
audio. Yeah, it throws you off when you switch mid-series. I agree.
I think it changed. Like, I think that impacted my reading experience, and I say that in the vlog. So I am going to do like a giant reread of all of them because I need to annotate anyway.
Yeah, and with the audios?
Without the audios.
Without the audios.
I think I'm going to do a giant reread without them and see if maybe that changes the way I feel about Fucking Sweet. I do own the audios for the other 2. I just haven't listened to them because there hasn't really been like a reason.
Yeah, to like go back and reread.
I pre-ordered them when I knew they were coming out. I think just so I could say, like, as a completionist, I could say, like, oh, I have the whole series
and have it all. Yeah.
But I don't know that I will listen to them right now. Yeah, it's kind of like with like the Vicious Lost Boy series. A lot of people were introduced to that once the audios came out. I don't actually even own the audios for those because I'm also not a smut reader who listens to smut on audio.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with the exception of certain ones, like if it's contemporary, like Icebreaker, like I listen to that with audio. But when it's like, I mean, Jacksonville Rays is technically contemporary hockey romance, but they are very spicy.
Right. It's on the top end of the spicy scale.
I give them 5 chili peppers because when I think about it from some like a normal person's scope of like
definitely 5 chili peppers from what you have told me about the books. Like I have not read them, but I have heard I've heard a good deal at this point.
Yeah,
like, my best friend.
Like there are a lot of people that like if you aren't, even if you're a romance reader, like you wouldn't read these books. There's just too much spice for them. Like they're 5. They're 5.
They're 5.
I'm aware that my spice meter is basically beyond broken at this point. So crazy shit has to happen for me to be like,
no coming back.
This feels like a 5 to me. Like That Sick Love, I can't even like. I don't even know who I would recommend that book to.
Oh yeah, that
Like
just
it's
from what I heard from
like
you.
it's that dark, and like the spice is pretty repetitive, but like it's just so dark that like I don't like when I think about the book, because you know people will be like, who would you recommend this to? And I'm like, I don't know. Like I can't like I thought it was good. I gave it 5 stars, but I in good faith cannot recommend it
could not be like, you should read this to most human beings.
Like somebody would have to come to me and be like, I'm specifically looking for a dark romance with like heavy religious trauma. Yeah. And if someone came to me and said that's what they were looking for, I'd be like, okay, well, that sick love is what you want to read. But like I wouldn't just be going around like I'm not going to make a Kindle Unlimited recommendations dark romance video and include that sick love, because I don't want people to go read it and then be like, what the hell did you recommend I read?
Yeah. No, that's totally fair. Also, since we were talking about 24-hour sprints, this is a good time to mention that tomorrow is 24-hour sprints starting on Neva's channel. But because I now sprint on Friday mornings, we're going to start the party off a little early with a little pre-show party here. And I'm just going to go until Neva starts, and I'm just going to redirect you all to 24-hour sprints. So you're just going to have to show up here, and then you'll end up there for the 24-hour sprints party.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole party. Honestly, I'm excited.
So that's what's going to be happening, and that'll probably continue to happen for every 24-hour sprint for the foreseeable future, because I'm here every Friday, and they're always on Friday. So
someone did ask me the other day if I was going to stop doing 24-hour sprints in 2025, and no. I mean, unless people like just stop showing up to them, like unless people are like, I don't want to do this anymore,
that's not going to happen.
We're just going to keep going. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like even if I had to go back to doing them by myself, where I just split them into 2 12-hour streams, like we would do it. There would just be somewhere like in the middle of the night, there would be just like a long sprint.
That was, like you used to do.
Like 2 or 3 hour sprint where I go and sleep and then we come back. But even if I had to start doing them, even if people were like, we don't want to help you host anymore, which I don't think would happen, but even if no one ever wanted to help me host again, we would still do them because it's my favorite time of the month.
They're so fun. Hi, Christina. These were all the hellos that came in while we were sprinting. Hello, Jess. How are you? Still half asleep? Fair. I don't know what time it is for you in New Zealand, but I feel like it's very, very early in the morning. So that's totally fair. And once it's a reasonable hour, you have lots of editing to do. Same. Hello, Atia. Going to be reading Ill-Fated Fortune and updating my reading journal. And then we have all the hellos for Neva. Everyone was very excited to look up at the end of the sprint and see Neva's face, which fair.
Hello, friends.
Got 2 chapters read of Earthlings and 2 more to go. Had to print something for my son for school, and I passed all the hour fighting with my old printer. No. But I'm glad that you won. I'm glad that you won the fight against the printer. I don't understand how in the year of our Lord 2024, printers are still so horrible. Like, there is no way we can update that technology to be better. Like, I can't see that to be true. Like, it's just so not good.
I'm not gonna lie, this is like the one reason why I haven't bought a printer. Yeah. Because like, why are our printers still like so outdated, dude? I don't understand. Like, I was just talking to Ryan about this the other day because I was like, I would love to make like my own like Kindle inserts and stuff. I don't know that I would sell them necessarily. They might, if I can figure out how to do it, they might become like a Patreon perk or something. Yeah. Where you could pick like, I don't know, like I could give you like a pack of stickers, a couple Kindle inserts, or like a bookmark every month or something. Yeah. But I told him, I was like, I should just go buy like a Cricut. Like, I'm just better off buying like a Cricut than I am buying an actual printer, because at least with a Cricut, I can put other material through it. You know what I'm saying? I can make like my Kindle inserts and stuff. Not that I wouldn't still buy them, because I definitely would. But at least that, like, I have so much clip art that's commercial use that I could at least make myself like my own Kindle inserts exactly the way I want them, whatever. And he's like, oh, maybe we'll do that. But like, I mean, you can do the same thing with a printer, but printers are the bane of my existence. I'd rather just buy a Cricut.
They're awful. I usually send most of my stuff. Like, I don't I don't have a printer in this house because I barely print anything anyway. So I'll usually just send it up to Staples to get printed because it's only like $2 to get something printed and laminated if I want it laminated. So like really, I'd rather just for the tiny bit of printing I have to do, which is once every 2 months basically.
Right.
That's perfectly fine. Hello, Sherry. How are you? Kelly got to chapter 10. Back from going out. Nice. Are you back for the rest of the day? Like, are you able to just like relax now? Hi, Jay. 76% into Dark Island. It's really gripping me, which is stressful, but really good. You know, sometimes those thrillers can be like that, like thriller horror. They can be like a bit anxiety inducing, but like that means they're doing what that means they're doing what they're supposed to do. So like,
yeah, that's what I like about thriller horrors is when if you can grip me. Listen, Katie and I just finished another Frida McFadden the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I think we both come to the conclusion that we're done reading her backlist.
Fair.
I will use her like I use Kirsten Moglen's books because they're on Kindle Unlimited and they're popcorn thrillers. So I know that like if I'm slumpy, like it pulled me out of my slump.
Mm-hmm.
But like I just don't feel like I should feel like I need a nap at the end of every book by this author that I read, and that's how I feel. And like this book that we read felt very like she just took like a lot of inspiration from like the Scream movies.
I think it's because her books are so tropey, which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but you will always go, this reminds me of blank. And you could probably sit and put like 13 things in that blank because they're so tropey.
They're so tropey and they're so ridiculous. Like the amount of twists, like her books are not more than 300 pages. None of them that I've read are more than 300 pages a piece.
Yep.
I shouldn't get 6 twists in a 250 page book.
Yes.
Why do I need that many twists?
It's too many. It's too
Relax.
many. Yeah, I agree with you. It gets to be too many. 100%. And I feel like when there's too many twists, it feels like the author isn't being as thoughtful with their writing and with their plotting of their story. It's almost like they kind of write themselves into a corner, so they have to put in a twist to get out of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
when there's too many.
It feels lazy when there's too many. Like,
I agree. Now, I can't speak to Frida McFadden specifically as I've only read one. Did not love the one I read. It was very mid for me.
Which one did you read? Housemaid?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I say this. Thanks, Margaret. Love you so much. I say this in my what I read this week vlog that goes up on Sunday. I may buy the Housemaid trilogy simply because that was my first buddy read with Katie.
Yes.
It's like a nostalgia.
Yes.
thing. I don't know that I'll ever reread them. I don't think I will, but I would buy them to put them on my shelf because I've done that with other books where they've been like a book that we all like really loved, and then I bought it and put it on my shelf. Yep. A Man Called Uva was one. Like, I didn't plan on buying that. When we read it, I got the audio from the library and then I purchased it because we'd all read. I think it was one of you and my first very successful buddy read.
I think it was the first really successful of the besties reading a book together. So the 4 of us read that book together. And Amy was with us too. There was like 5 of us in that little group.
And that book I will reread at some point just because it's so good.
Yeah.
And I would like to go back and like reread it for annotation purposes.
Yeah.
But I bought it for the nostalgia of like, this was a book that we all read together and loved.
100%. Kindle insert. Do you have one there? Because I don't.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll go grab mine. You don't have to wait.
We'll show it at the next sprint because we're about to go.
Let's go on the next sprint. But
so
yeah,
we'll
go grab it in the next. Yeah, in the next sprint, I'll go grab. Like while I'm listening to my audiobook, I'll just go grab it. I actually do have one, and I'll show you like what it's for.
For the rest of the day. Nice, Sherry. I'm glad that you can relax for the rest of the day. I saw that Cheyenne also said like going to the library to get things printed. That's always a good idea as well. Because again, it's annoying to own a printer. They're just awful.
Yeah. If I have to get something printed, I go to the library and just pay the 25 cents.
Yeah. They 100% do. 100%. Which if it's done thoughtfully, I'm okay with it. But if it's just like random, then you lose me a little bit. With that, we are going to head into a sprint. But before we do, I want to say hi to Maggie. Hello, Maggie. How are you? I was like, oh, Maggie's coming in, and I want to say hi before we go into a sprint. I am going to start the comments though, and I will see you all when we get back in an hour. Hello, friends. Before we jump into how we did, I just wanted to say hello to those that are joining. And I love that you're reading A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Love this book. This book is fabulous. And then going to start a Goosebumps book. Nice. I'm going to start and we'll get to how everybody did in the comments after we do. I got to 69% of Mistborn. And that's what I did. Because it's that time of day now where like distractions are happening at the house, you know? It's that time of day.
I made it to 62% of one of us is lying, and we're gonna see how this goes.
I'm nervous about that one because I have the Cousins on my buzzword list for this year, but I haven't read, and it's like a YA thriller, and I'm like,
I read the Cousins in 2020, and I've reread it since then, and I actually really loved the Cousins. Like, I thought it was really good.
Nice.
There's a part in this book where we find out one of our main characters is not straight, and I don't know how that's going to really be dealt with, so I'm a little bit nervous.
Yeah, it just depends on how the author handles, like if it's good representation or bad representation.
Like,
exactly.
Yeah, and I don't know how it's going to go because this person is a boy character. Okay, so he has a girlfriend who he broke up with, but couldn't really give an explanation as to why. And it seems that he's been having an affair, I guess, for lack of a better word, with another male person.
Yeah. How old are these characters? I feel like that's probably a fairly common thing as a teenager because you're trying to like
you're in high school. I think
what society wants you to do, but like you also are trying to explore for yourself. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's not uncommon.
I don't remember if we get told exactly how old they are, but they're in high school.
Yeah, because it's a YA thriller. So I was like, they must be like 17, you know, in that range.
Yeah, I don't think any of them are over the age of 18. Like I think they're all like 15.
Not that people don't explore at any age, but I feel like, you know, that's definitely like the prime age where like you're
just for me
yourself.
For me, it's just gonna depend on how it's like handled.
Yep.
You know? Mm-hmm. Oh, and I also grabbed this.
Oh no. Am I frozen or is me
frozen?
Oh, I think you froze.
I don't know. Are you okay, that could be.
Which
I am sitting outside. Because like you were like cutting out, and I was like, "Am I frozen or is Brittany
cutting
frozen?"
Out for me. And I said the same thing. I went, "Is it me or is it her?" I don't know.
Okay, we seem normal on my end now.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so I grabbed the Kindle insert so I can explain how I use this specific one. Yes, this is the only one that I own. I do have one somewhere that I like printed out on paper, but it's possible that it got thrown away because it was not good quality. Like I printed it on printer paper and then cut it out. Like it was not like high end.
Neva, I just saw this comment come in, and while we were just talking about it, Alex had big issues with this. And I would trust Alex's opinion on most books. So like that I'm
gonna see how this is going because I only have like an hour. I just might not continue the series, to be honest. I do have the second book on my Kindle because when I bought the first book, I bought the second. Like I bought both. Mm-hmm. I only have about 2 hours left of this book, an hour and 53 minutes. So I don't really want to DNF it since it's for a vlog. But if I have to,
but if speed it up, and then then you can discuss it in the vlog and talk about the issues with it, which is always good to hear.
If it comes up and I just can't handle it, because that's happened to me before, then I'll just say, like, this is what made me DNF, and we'll move on with the vlog.
I like the Godspeed at the end.
I just may not continue the series. Like, I'm allowed to DNF series.
Absolutely.
And if that's what I choose to do, then the second book just will get put straight into the DNF collection, so I don't think I need to read it.
Fair.
Okay, so this is the insert that I have. I got mine from Amberlynn Studios, I believe, is what her shop is. I've only ever bought inserts and Kindle charms from her, so I can't speak on quality of stickers, but she does also have stickers in her shop. I'm probably gonna buy some because you can get heart ones that you can customize with like your book boyfriend.
Oh,
and
I love that.
And I'm thinking about doing that. And I know a couple of people that like did them for Mother's Day where they put their kids' names on them. So I think there's a lot of possibilities that you could do with those stickers. So I might order some in the future. So this is an insert. Mine is kind of bent because she sizes them exactly to the size of your Kindle. So I have the Paperwhite Signature Edition. So when you put this inside the case, it folds a little bit, but that doesn't really bother me personally. But this is made out of vinyl and cardstock. So this top part is vinyl, and it has, you can't see it on camera, but it has like holographic stars.
You can kind of see you kind of can, because they're shiny. Yeah.
So she has 4 different like holographic things you can put over the top. I thought this one was like the most subtle. This one is like the stars. And then obviously it looks like a composition notebook, and I put my name on it. And then what I do with this one is I put the stickers like you would on a composition notebook. So if you're a product of the 90s like me,
every notebook I had in school.
Right. You would decorate our composition notebooks with stickers, or we would write boys' names on them, or we would do the stupid bubble S. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the Superman S. Yeah, why were we all obsessed with writing S's that way? We were like, this is cool.
I still, if I'm bored, like if I'm just like listening to an audiobook and I'm doodling, I do that still. It's really stupid. Okay. Or we would like we would do like little like mini MASH games on our composition. So she does have, last I checked, she had 2 versions of this insert. So she has an insert like this where you just customize it with your name and it's a blank thing. And she also has one that's kind of like pre-decorated with permanent stickers that you can put your name on as well. So if you don't have stickers, or you just want to try it out, there's one that has like permanent, very like 90s vibe kind of stickers on them.
Yep. That car was very loud. Whoever just went by,
it was a very old like Chevy truck. Like,
that's fair.
Like vintage.
It was I could hear it through the camera.
Yeah. So this is what a Kindle insert is. So what I do is I put mine. So this vinyl that you see here, this pink, is not an insert. It's actually a decal that just stays on my Kindle at all times because I stuck it down and I don't feel like peeling it off. So I put my inserts and my stickers on top of this. It also just protects my Kindle from getting damaged, honestly. So I put this inside the case. So what I do is I use washi tape to stick my stickers down, which I'll show you because I can't.
That's a good idea.
They're not going to move. I have so much washi
like tape. Unpeeling them. Yeah, because then they're easier to change.
Yeah. So this is why they stick to my thing, because I get so much washi tape with like diamond painting. Like I just have an abundance of fucking washi. So one day I was like, let me try washi tape, because regular double-sided tape, like Scotch tape, it rips the backs of the stickers. And it was really bothering me that when I would change them out, it would do that. Washi tape doesn't, but it makes it so that they don't go anywhere, but I can still reuse the stickers. So I just washi tape my stickers where I want them, which now I'm going to put this Kindle insert in here now, to be honest.
Yeah. I grabbed a coat and you're in that vibe. Yeah.
But these like ones that are like this, like my Hockey Romance one, that's more of like a kind of an arch. Yep. I will make them fit on like the sides of the composition notebook. So that's just what I do. But like I said, you can get a bunch of them that are like this. I have some that I've made in Canva, and now Ryan and I are really talking about getting a Cricut, because I texted him earlier and told him how much fun it was. And when I get a Cricut, I'm going to get some vinyl and cardstock and figure out exactly how to print these so that they're good, because this is like good quality.
Yeah, they're thick.
And then make my own, just because I do have a lot of clip art. I used to have like an Etsy, like a digital sticker Etsy shop. So I have like 1,000 million clip arts that I can make all of this on. So that's just what a Kindle insert is. It just goes under your Kindle. You put stickers on it if you want. This specific shop, she has a lot that are pre-decorated that you don't even have to put. any kind of stickers on. Like you could like there's one that's I think it's like orange or pink or something, but it says slippery when wet, and I want that one because it's like a smut.
I love that. It took me a second to get the pun. Did you see me? It took me a little bit longer than it should have, everyone.
And like, yeah, the slippery when wet thing is like here, so you could definitely put stickers around it.
Neva, can you grab the link for the shop and put it in the comments? Because I see people asking and commenting about it. So why don't we just grab the link
right now? She's on Etsy. I don't think she has her own website. Like some people do have their own website. I don't think Amber does, but I also follow her on Instagram, and she does have like a Facebook group where she sells stuff that she would I don't love
like
to promote it. No, she sells stuff that if she was to sell it in Etsy, she could get a copyright strike. So even though she is either buying or drawing the clip arts,
no, but it's still like of a brand or something.
They're close enough to like they're close enough that she could get sued. But they're different enough that I would buy. Like I personally have a couple that I have bookmarked, but you can only see what they look like listing photos on the Facebook group, because then what she does is I think she sells them as like Facebook exclusive, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And she works really close with Ivy Resin Shop, which is who makes all of my cool, big, resiny pop
sockets. Yeah.
Ivy Resin Shop. I buy my pop sockets from her. So Ari doesn't. Ari will put stickers on her folders, but I think that even in high school, they kind of are frowned upon to do it now.
Here's the thing is I have the high schooler in this group, and they're mostly doing things via electronics now. So they don't have a ton of notebooks and things to be labeling with stickers.
That's also, and that's also
Chromebooks and this and this and that and this.
They use iPads.
Exactly.
Ari's been using a school iPad since kindergarten.
Yeah.
And I only bought her 3 notebooks and 4 folders for the entire year.
And once you get out of elementary school, it's less and less, because then they assume that you're going to be doing most things.
And they also don't want like trapper keepers or anything like that. Like Ari's school list, like Ryan looked like when I packed Ari's bag for school, like I remember having your school bag be so full that you also had to carry like a plastic
bag of extra stuff. Yes.
And Ari's school bag has never been like that. Like her school, everything has fit nicely in her school bag at the beginning and the end of the year.
This is probably good for like back for kids, because like I'm pretty sure we all have back problems from those like backpacks that were like.
And here's the thing, I'm sure that it does help. But even my brother, who is a sophomore in high school this year, I was just like, you don't have anything.
No, they don't. And
he was
that
like,
washi tape idea is top tier, though, Neva.
Like, I spent less than $150. I spent about $150 on Ari school supplies this year, and that was with buying an $8 photo frame thing that I bought to take her beginning and end of the year pictures.
Yep.
Like her backpack was the most expensive thing I bought, and it was only $20.
So expensive, though. Like I feel like backpacks are more and more expensive.
Listen, I have to start leaving the fucking house, because that backpack that I bought when I bought her stuff cost me $65, and I feel like I haven't even gotten like my money's worth out of it, because I bought it and I left the house one time.
We are so the same person, where we're like, I need to leave my house because I bought something in the hopes that I would leave my house, and I never use it because I don't leave my house.
Money's worth out of this JanSport backpack that cost me $65. I've got to start leaving the house.
We're the same.
I don't even care where I go, to be honest. I just need to start like leaving the house to work during the week. Just one day.
It's hard to leave the house. You have
It
to get
is.
dressed, you have to get ready, you have to
Right.
go see other humans. It's difficult.
That's and
It's
see,
hard for everyone.
that's where it gets me is I have to look presentable to leave my house. And I
Yeah.
don't want to have to like take a shower and get dressed and put on shoes. Like, I don't want to do that. Here is the link
Perfect.
to Amber's Etsy shop.
Thank
It looks
you.
like she's just done a big restock, and now I want to
Oh,
buy a
perfect.
sticker. Now I want to buy a sticker binder.
Nice.
So
I'm telling you,
do I have
backpacks
money?
are getting expensive. For a good
Here's the-
backpack,
That was the
they're getting expensive.
and that was for a large backpack, and there were smaller backpacks that wouldn't have held all my shit for less or for
Right.
more money.
Yeah, because you got to be able to like fit your computer in it, like so many things.
Yeah, I have to be able to fit my computer, all my cords, my like. I mean, I only have one cord really that I have to use, but I have to fit my computer, my iPad, my phone, my Kindle, a book if I need that for some reason, my camera, like everything has to fit.
Agree. Okay, we should probably sprint. I feel like some days these chats, like I'm like, how did the timer go off? This is why we have the timer, because if we didn't,
we'd chat forever and
we
a
would
day.
never read again, everyone. Like that's what would happen. We would never do anything productive. We would just
hours would pass and we'd be like, oh, we've only done one sprint. That's happened to me in the past. So
that's what would happen before Focus. That's what would happen. Okay. I will see you all in an hour. back, everyone. How did everybody's sprint go? I had dinner and then I started cleaning the kitchen and I edited for like 5 minutes at the end. This video is already 25 minutes long and I still have 3 books to talk about. I'm so sorry. I apologize for how much I read in 24 hours. That's the problem. Is I read too much in 24 hours and now the video is going to be massive. And this is where we're at. I apologize ahead of time. It's going to be such a long video, Neva. It's going to be so.
I'm going to watch every second of it, so it'll be fine.
I'm 23 minutes in and I still have 3 books.
Okay, so what were you doing? A 24-hour reading challenge?
Yeah.
The 24-hour reading challenges are always long, especially if you read books that you actually liked.
Yep.
I find that they're longer if you read books that you actually have something to talk about. Like you actually have something to say. So if you either really disliked the book or you really loved the book, you have enough to say that you talk about the book, each individual book for a long time. So if you can read 5 or 6 books in that 24-hour period, because my last 24-hour one was really long too, and I read Pucking Around in that book, and I talked about Pucking Around for like 10 minutes in one segment.
Well, and it's 9 days, and I wanted B-roll. Like I wanted to do some fall stuff. So there's like fall baking, and there's a lot of other like B-rolly type things happening as well outside of like the reading. But in that vlog, I read The Night That Ends with Fire, Business, The Midnight Feast,
Exactly.
Witch of the Wild Things, and half of Mistborn. Like it's a lot.
All right, but I'm saying she is definitely your child.
Well,
I love you.
love you. Go clean up. Go eat
Miss you
dinner.
already.
Miss you too.
He's so cute.
Get out.
I love how I went, you guys are so cute, and then you go, get out. Like that was literally the moment.
That's a normal day for us.
I figured.
Have a good day.
It's a normal day for most people.
Anyway, I read some more of One of Us is Lying. Brady said bye, Ryan. He said bye, Ryan.
Bye.
One of Us is Lying. I don't like how the sexuality is dealt with this, but I'll just finish it. I'm at 74%. I don't like how it's dealt with because like he's made to feel like everybody's gonna hate him if he's gay, which like I get is like a real experience. So I don't want to like
correct.
But I don't know that I like that experience written by somebody that I don't think is LGBTQ.
Who's had that experience, yes.
Like if they'd had that experience, or even if they were LGBTQ and that wasn't necessarily their experience, but obviously when you're LGBTQ, you're aware that that's an experience that's had. I just don't like it when like straight people write that experience, you know?
I do.
So it's probably going to be, it could be a 4-star. It's sitting at like 3.5.
Yeah.
And then I made some eggs. So I'm going to make a salad, like a protein salad. And no, I don't know who that is trying to call me, and I don't answer weird numbers.
No, same. I don't know who you are. To be honest, let's be real talk here for a minute, everyone. Even if I know you, I may not answer a phone call. Why are you not texting me?
Yeah, honestly, half the time, like I can know you, and I will let it ring all the way through, and then text and be like, "What did you need?"
And then if I deem that needing a phone call, I will call you back.
Like, if it can be sent in a text, don't call me. Thanks.
Literally.
I hate talking on the phone. I don't like it. It's weird.
No.
But no, I don't know who that was trying to call me, so I'm definitely not answering. Oh, and then Ari is came home from school, so we were doing the after school transition thing.
Gotcha.
Ryan stopped in on his way home from work, so we had to do all of that. So yeah, I'll finish this book today before I go to bed, but I don't know. I don't think, honestly, I'm gonna just say it. I don't think I'm gonna continue this series.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you're not doing the first one. And also, I just don't feel like YA thrillers is necessarily like your current vibe.
Yeah, I mean, if this was like on par with like Holly Jackson, which it's not,
That's different. Yeah.
then I would say like I'll continue the series. Or even if it was like Jennifer Lynn Barnes, who wrote Inheritance Games, like I still plan on finishing those books. I know, like, I've heard mixed things about how those progress, but I'm planning on finishing them just because, like, I do own them.
Yeah.
And then I have, like, the Natural series by that same author as well.
I
that
really want to try that. We should buddy read that.
Okay. You let me know.
Also, speaking of buddy reads.
Yeah.
I meant to message you earlier and I forgot. And this was the moment I remembered. Is
Of
that
course.
after Mistborn, I'm reading House of Bane and Blood. If you're good
Okay.
to read House of Bane and
So
Blood.
just let me know when you, like, are officially ready to start it, and I'll pick it up.
Saturday?
You said Saturday?
Yeah, I can probably finish Mistborn today and tomorrow.
Okay, if you want to do Saturday, that will work. I just probably won't start it until after 24 Hour Sprints is over, because I don't want to start it while I'm delulu.
That's totally fine.
So unless I feel rested from, because I am gonna be sleeping for a longer block of time this time because I'm doing the 6 a.m. slot.
Yeah.
So if I feel rejuvenated enough, then I may start it on 24 Hour Sprints, because if I feel like I've gotten enough sleep, then I can do it. But I don't want to tell you I'm going to do it and then not do it. But I got they have like an Audible sale here in America like a month ago or so, where you could buy, like, it was buy one get one or whatever with the credit, like 1 credit bought 2 books. And House of Bane and Blood was on that, so I bought
jealous of that.
Yeah, so I bought that, and I bought Fake Dates and Mooncakes because I've been wanting that audiobook, because I love that book.
Yep.
And so I was like, but I was like, well, we can get both books.
Absolutely.
So I do have the audio for House of Bane and Blood. So I'm probably going to just immersion read it, Kindle, and since it's on KU.
I love how I say me too, to me having the audiobook, like anyone would be shooketh that I have the audiobook. Like I'm reading the book. If I'm reading the book, I have the audiobook. Like there's no way I'm cracking open a book and reading it with my eyeballs.
I actually just checked Libro FM this morning because I wanted to see what their credit bundles look like compared to Audible. And I might get the Witsex series through Libro FM instead of Audible.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because I prefer to get my audiobooks through Libro if I can, but there's some that you can't because they're Audible exclusives.
Right.
So a lot of the audiobooks that I have, I've gotten them because at the time they've been Audible exclusives. But what I'm thinking is I may just buy 2 of the 2 packs of credits. That's it's 4 credits for like $60 USD, and then get the Witsex series, pre-order the Witsex series that way, because then it's donating to a small business too.
No, that's how I'm gonna get them too. I didn't even think to check Libro, to be honest. Like it wasn't even a thought on my brain. But I knew they weren't Audible originals, so I'm not sure why I didn't think to look.
Well, the only reason that I thought to do this is because I was looking at the Lit Homebody. I was watching her story this morning, and she was talking about how she she basically only uses Libro if she's not using Libby. And I was like, I wonder if the Witsex series is Audible exclusive. Let me go check Libro, and it's not. No. And I was like, this is how I'm getting them, because if I can get them through Libro, I'd rather do that.
Absolutely. Margaret, thank you for putting this here, because this reminds me I'm going to a book event in a couple months, and I want to get business cards for that, and I keep forgetting to write that down. And then you know me, if it's not written somewhere 10 seconds after I think to do it, it leaves my brain. So let me write that down while I'm thinking about it. Thank you, Margaret.
I also need to get business cards made before I go to this book event next year with Margaret.
Yes. Yep.
Margaret and I are going to a book event.
Yeah, I went to a book event a couple months ago, and I regretted not having something like that because so many people are like, "Oh, what's your channel? What's your channel? What's your channel?" And I mean, they can look it up on their phone, but that's not necessarily convenient all the time.
And
also, then you're like telling them how to spell your name. Like Brittany is spelled 32,000 ways, so trying to explain how I spell it.
And you also don't, like, if they can't pull it out right then, they're gonna forget. Like, it's easier to just hand some, but just be like, here you go, and have a business card, and then they can go look it up later.
Exactly. So I was just like, oh, I need to get that done before I go to that book event. And every time I think about it, I'm like, okay, next time I'm at the computer, I'll write that on my to-do because my to-do list is electronic.
Yeah.
Because I do better with electronic than paper, just because I want to be able to move stuff around. Like if the day doesn't happen, I want to be able to move it. And I understand that I could rewrite it on paper, but like I want to be able to physically pick up that item and put it on a different day. And I can't do that on paper.
So this is a big reason I do digital planning as well, which I have a digital. If people want like an actual digital planning video, I can do that. I have a digital how I track my books digitally video coming. I'm hoping next week that it'll be edited and ready to be out to the world. I could do an actual like how I plan my week too, but I actually started doing digital planning because I wanted to be able to delete things if they didn't get done, because it stresses me out to have things that I have to and then cross them out knowing that I didn't complete them. You could, it's gross. Or to have to put or to have to put like a canceled sticker over the top. It stresses me out because then I'm like, well, you didn't get this thing done. If I delete it, if I just delete it from the ether, then it's like I never even needed to do it.
This is why we liked Icebreaker. Hello, Ari. How was your school day?
Okay.
No, just tell her how your school day was because you're going back to do your stuff. Go. How was your school day?
Good. Tomorrow's picture day.
Nice.
And guess what?
What?
I still don't have my lunch card, but I should have it after tomorrow.
Well, that's good. Have you been practicing your smiles?
You've been practicing your smiles.
You show us your school picture smile. That is perfect. I love it.
Great. Now smile like that. Smile for pictures, please, Lord.
I can also smile like this.
Listen, I've seen some of my friends' kids' pictures this week, and I'm just pleased.
I mean, you just never know what you're going to get with school picture day. You just never know.
Go do it. Thank you. You really don't. Like last year, her picture was good, but they don't have they put like their picture on their lunch card, and she didn't go to this school last year's, like during picture day, so they don't have a picture of her lunch card.
Yeah. Sherry, what book are you like rereading the first book? Or are you like reading the series? Like, where are you in the series for Mistborn? Because I know some people call the first book Mistborn and some people call the series Mistborn, because there is like, it's technically the Final Empire, but I always thought the first book was called Mistborn until I went to make the breakdown for the read along.
But it's like the Mistborn series.
Yeah, but I still thought the first book was called Mistborn and then the series was also called Mistborn.
Right. Because that happens.
Because that happens a lot, and that's what I assumed. And then when I went to put it breakdown, I was like, the Final Empire? What is the Final Empire? And also, I think it's an odd choice to put the word final in a first book in a series.
Right.
I think that's a choice. Because I think that's confusing. That's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm the only one who is confused, but there we are. I need to read this, the 5th season. I need to read this series. Not this, it won't be this year, y'all. It won't be, because I'm bogged down and it's almost October. Like the year's almost over. At this point, like my reading plans are basically done and dusted for the year. I'm not even going to get to most of the plans I planned. But yeah. If the timing isn't important, y'all want to check the Fableland host graphics before deciding to read. Oh, I already knew that it was a host favorite, but like I need to continue with this vlog. So this is the way it is. This has to be when I need to finish this vlog so it can go out on time. And I don't know what the Fableland drops are. And I don't know if they're going to be in favor of me reading the books that I need to read for this vlog. Like that's the hootenanny that I'm currently in. Like, I don't know if you're going to line up properly for me, Margaret. I don't know what chaos you're going to rain down on me with Fableland, and I know I can read it this weekend. So this is where we're at.
I also feel like there are so many host favorites at this point that I want to read anyway, that it's fine if this one is not one
True.
that I read during Fableland.
This is a brilliant idea, Margaret, that I should do bookmarks instead of business cards.
I I actually contemplated
That
this too because I
is
feel
brilliant.
like people at a book event will stick them in a book.
Yeah.
And theoretically, a bookmark isn't going to get flown away, especially if you did like one side that was decorated and one side that had your information on it.
Well, now I don't know how to do that, but I can figure it out.
Canva.
Well, yes, I know that. I mean to get them printed. I can ask Leandra or Bree. Both of them will know the answer to that.
What did
question.
Margaret say?
That
She wants. You know how I feel about digital planning, but I still want that digital planning video. All right, I can make a full digital planning video.
You should.
I
Stay
can.
safe, Alicia. Stay safe with the winds. The winds are picking up in Florida. Stay safe.
Yes, please stay safe.
Yes.
That's the one thing I
76
don't miss in Florida:
pages.
hurricanes.
I mean, I still live in hurricane places. Not well, yeah, we can get them as big as Florida. It just depends. I feel like if we can get through, I know this isn't technically accurate because technically it's like all the through October that we could get a hurricane. But like I feel like if we can get through the next 2 weeks without a hurricane, I think we're probably out of the woods because by then Canada starts to get very cold. And realistically, a hurricane hitting that cold of water is not going to do a whole heck of a lot because it's going to die very quickly when it hits the cold water. So, in theory, if I can get through the next couple of weeks, I may have a hurricaneless season, which never happens, but it might happen. We can only hope because I hate hurricanes are so not the vibe. Yeah, okay, the first one. 18 pages, reading the Bellwood game. It 100%. I know that there's reasons for the choice, but I still think it's an odd choice to put final in a first book. I know, but like I think it threw me off as a beginner to the Cosmere. I was like, what? I thought it was Mistborn. Yeah, you're reading the first book. That's the one I'm currently reading is the first book, and I am 69% in. I was hoping to get to 80 before the end of these sprints, but that's not going to happen because I ain't gonna read 11%. Why did I use the word ain't? I never say ain't. Ain't. I'm not gonna read 11%. Even I shocked myself. I was like, who's talking? 11% in one sprint of Mistborn because it's chunky, so the percentage is not moving that quickly. Like it's just not.
It's just not. Yeah. Here's the thing, Margaret. I started on YouTube as a planning channel.
Yeah.
My planning channel only has like 30 subscribers, but that's how I started was as a planning channel.
But the wind is almost worse than the rain. Like the wind is what causes this. That's what stresses me out with like, especially with like power and stuff. Although I don't know like what you have for power systems in Florida, because some places here have them underground. I wish I lived in those places because that's top tier is to have your power underground. We do not. Because with the wind here we get here, that would be very helpful. I count it, but I do realize that technically caffeine is not hydrating. So like if we want to get all technical,
as I open a vanilla Coke, it's fine.
I have a bubbly, which I always have on sprints because I treat myself to bubbly while I'm on sprints, and it's pineapple flavored.
Listen, it has water in it somewhere.
This is water. This is only water. It's just they carbonate it somehow.
Listen,
I don't know.
This has water in it, and I also have a big ass jug of water, so it's fine.
We're getting the water into us somehow. It's Mistborn, the Final Empire, but like in some of them, that doesn't like have the words Mistborn on it.
There's no Mistborn in some of the listings.
Some of them don't. Like this cover doesn't. The cover that I have on screen and the cover that I have on my Kindle just has Mistborn, doesn't have the Final Empire. Like it depends on which one you have in your possession.
Mine is inside, but I have like the Market paperback box set, and I believe the first book says Mistborn in big letters, and then underneath says the Final Empire. But unless you're looking for the Final Empire, you don't see it.
This one doesn't say the Final Empire, it just says Mistborn. And I like these covers. These I think are the newer covers.
Yeah, those are better covers. I want those covered.
When it went on Kindle deal for $2.99, that's when I got this. That
That's
makes
fair.
sense about it being too wet to put it underground. That makes sense. They can't do it here because we're on like some sort of rock that you can't dig that to put, you can't put them underground. There's a reason. I don't know the science behind it, but like there's a reason. Oh, I jumped on comments. Danny's doing her final sprint. I still haven't made it over there to Sprint Hop today, so maybe I should do that in the last sprint.
I should probably do that too.
Yeah. This is also going to be our last sprint too, because we're running out of day. 7 hours flies when you're having fun, everyone. It just flies. The UK call it the Final Empire series. See, look, it's so all over the place with Mistborn. Got a phone call. They called and asked if I was a bot. This is why we don't answer phone calls. We don't know, Christina.
Right.
This is why, because you just never know what you're going to get on the phone. I don't remember what was true. The water, maybe?
Probably.
Finish the first story and before the coffee gets cold and had breakfast. Could be. No idea. Maybe.
Brittany's like, I just know it's a rock and we can't dig it. So
I can't see YouTube calling. It must have just been like a spam call. That's my assumption.
Listen, when YouTube starts calling my phone, I'm out.
I mean, seriously, at this point, you can't even get them for a chat, like in their actual like customer service chat. That's
like you can't even help me with customer service stuff. Don't call me asking if I'm a bot, bro.
It's true. Yeah, I figured it was telemarketers. That makes sense. Is this the next book in the Bewitched series? I would assume because it's the same author and like I would assume that they're connected. I need to read that series at some point, but I don't know if I'm gonna like it because it's Fanro, and I'm trying, friends. I'm trying. I keep buying Fanro because here's the thing: the Fanro come out all pretty.
Here's the thing:
they make sprayed edges in all the Fanro books, so I'm gonna keep buying them. But like, do I like them? I don't know.
I'm in the same boat as you. I'm not sure that I actually like Fanro.
We don't know. Well, I'm doing a whole every romantasy to find this out. Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure that I like romantasy. Fanro is different.
I agree.
In my opinion. And from the girlies that started as Fanro girlies and have now transported over into being romantasy girlies, like Raven-haired Reader, they differentiate between Fanro and romantasy. Fanro is
fantasy with a romance.
A romance subplot, but they're not as focused on the romance. A lot of times you get a more political stuff. You and I like Fanro.
We do. Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Or we enjoy Fanro more. We don't mind if there is a romance depending on how it is put into it. And technically, if you have a fantasy that has a romantic subplot, even if it's a very minor romantic subplot, that would be classified as Fanro. Romantasy, though, is what we're getting now, where it's very romance heavy with like smut and stuff. And I just don't know if I like it.
I have a question. I pulled up this comment and I read it and then I reread it to make sure I understand. So it's 5 stars, but you don't recommend.
It's probably dark or something.
Why don't you recommend? I need more information, Kendra, because I read it and went.
It's probably like how I said. I gave That Sick Love 5 stars, but I don't recommend that to anyone.
This is true. Same, JoJo. I'm like, no, I don't. Again, I don't even answer for the people that I know.
Like you have to call me, hang up. You have to call me, hang up, and call me back, and then I'm like, oh, clearly it's important, so now I'll answer. Yeah. But if I don't know you, I ain't answering. So
if you need to text me first.
Yeah, you better call me from a number I recognize, bro.
I agree. With that, we should probably get to our last sprint. So let me pull up the Sprint banner. For those who are new here, we will be redirecting to Nicole's channel for some more sprints right after this. So you don't have to do anything. You just have to let this stream end and it'll take you there. But we'll do one more sprint and one more chatty bit before we run off. So I will see you all in an hour. Before we get into the chat and all the things, I have a question for you because I'm in the middle of scheduling sprints for tomorrow. Like, I am in StreamYard scheduling. When do you start tomorrow? Like, when do I need to be done? I can put it how long I'm sprinting for in the thingamabobber.
So it'll be 3 p.m. Eastern time. So it'll be 5 p.m. for you,
4.
I think. 4 p.m. for you.
4 p.m. for me is 3 Eastern, 2 for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I start at 2 because that gives me an hour before I have to go get Ari from the bus.
So if I'm starting at 4, hold on, everyone. I have to math. 9, 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 1. 8 hours?
And I'll be on in the morning with you.
Yes. 8 hours of productivity. Is that right? Did I do that math right? We're sprinting for 8 hours? 8 to 2? Or 9 to 4? I don't think I mathed that right.
No, it's 6 hours, I think. Because 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, because it'll start at 7 for me, right?
Yeah.
So 7 to 2. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2.
Hi, everyone. 7 hours? I didn't math that right. It's 7, not 8.
Didn't
Okay.
you love how I just counted on my fingers like a 5-year-old? It's fine. I don't math. I'm a reader, not a mathematician.
Math up in here, okay?
There's a reason that Storygraph counts my pages for me every day.
Yeah, that's right. It's 7 hours. You're right. Mm-hmm. You're right. See, I was trying to do actual math and I didn't use my fingers. That was what the issue was.
I use my fingers, so
there you go. That's what I should have done. Okay, those are now. Well, they're scheduling as we speak. You know how it spins for ages.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Those are scheduled for tomorrow, everyone. We'll be back here tomorrow. bright and early, and it's just gonna be the two of us again, as far as I know, unless somebody else would like to come.
Just the two of us.
Pre-show for Neva. So Neva sprints really are much more than 24 hours tomorrow because you're doing 7 hours with me. So 31 hours.
From now on, they will be much more than 24 hours. Because I think this is a thing that we're doing for the foreseeable future. I think so too.
I mean, I think we should, because if I'm going to be sprinting on Friday, I might as well teleport everybody to you.
Plus, this is a guaranteed way that Brittany gets to participate every month.
It's really the only way, to be honest, because I don't work nights and weekends very often. And if I do, it's because I have like a Patreon readathon or something. Like that's really like the only time I do nights and weekends. So
and this weekend fell over your Patreon weekend too.
It always does. It almost guaranteedly does.
That the only way Brittany will ever participate in 24 hour sprints again is to do the pre-show.
I'm gonna pump y'all up.
And we've just decided that's the best course of action.
But I will not pump you up until at least 3 hours into the stream when we fully wake up, because the first couple of sprints were a little exhausting.
The first couple of sprints were drinking coffee. So
we're coffeeing. Thank you to Neil. We were struggling.
We really were. It was a struggle for a second, but it's fine.
We do not do math. Okay?
We don't. We read books.
We 100%. Friends, we are at 90% and have moved on to putting my labels onto the envelopes and stamps. That's exciting. Exciting. Started Bones After Work. I am so excited. I haven't even pulled them up on the TV because I was like, oh, I'll have time when the stream is over. So like, I don't even know which ones we're watching, but I know there's season 3, and that's really all I need to know.
Right.
Because that's the best season, frankly.
Season.
I use StreamYard. So for those who want to stream, StreamYard does have a free version. So if you're just starting streaming, I would suggest just doing the free version. There's really no reason to pay for StreamYard when you're first starting out. I use the free version for a very long time.
I'm going to be honest. The only thing that you don't get in the free version is like the fact, like how Brittany has the overlays, like where it shows the books or whatever, but you don't need all that. You can still do the thing with the timer where the timer's in the background with the free version. It's just like custom overlays. You can't do that. So like, I mean, I pay for it, but that's because I exceed the hours that they give me
It
for
would
free.
just look like this, which that's perfectly fine. That's
Yeah,
what.
and you can do the little, the thing underneath your name, so you can put what you're reading or whatever. That's what I did for like the longest time when that
Me
was
too.
offered. So, I personally, if I didn't stream as much as I do, I would still use the free version. But I stream too much for that.
Yeah, me too. I couldn't. I use. Well, I mean, I'm doing 14 hours in 2 days, so like obviously 20
Yeah,
hours.
and
a
they
month
give
is
you
not
20
but
hours a month, I think.
yeah, it's 20 hours a month. But like for most people starting out, that is perfectly. That's a perfect thing. So like, don't feel like you need to jump right into paying for it because it's not necessary.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely
you.
try it out first.
Yeah, 100%. It's literally not. And I find, I don't know, like this is why I can't do sprint math either. Like sprint math is so complicated.
That's why we use a timer, guys. That's why we use a timer.
I can't do it.
Because listen, back in the day, we weren't using timers. We were putting little timestamps, and I was having to start either on like a 5,
Hour. Yeah.
right, or I had to start like on an hour because otherwise I had no idea where we were sprinting to.
Oh, 100%. Thankfully, I started sprinting after the timestamp time of BookTube. Like I've always been a timer.
Time stamping was still a thing when I started sprinting, and then people started using the cat timer.
Yes, an oldie but a goodie. 8 a.m. I will be here. 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow morning. That's a Neva question. I don't think so because I'm not technically a part of 24-hour sprints. I'm just kind of like an adjacent situation.
Well, I contemplated doing this.
I'm adjacent.
I actually did contemplate doing this. I wasn't sure what Brittany was calling them. I didn't know if she was actually theming them, and I didn't want to confuse people if she wasn't theming them. If Brittany has decided that she's going to
them, so I didn't.
Because in 2025, everybody is going to get the same
thumbnail. Yeah.
Because people get confused every month because everyone's thumbnail is different.
Yeah.
So I'm going to require that people use a specific thumbnail. And if people don't want to do that, that's cool. Like if you don't want to participate because of that, but I think it will make it more cohesive. So if Brittany wants to theme her sprints as pregame sprints once a month, then I will add her to the playlist.
I can do that. Not these ones. I just scheduled them and they're done now.
That's fine.
For the future.
But next month, I will add her to the playlist this month just so it's not confusing. But next month, when we do sprints for 24-hour sprints, then Brittany can theme them. And we'll do it that way.
That's what we'll do. It was kind of a very last minute thing of like, hey, I sprint on Fridays. Do you want me to just redirect? And then we became a pre-show. It was a whole thing. Margaret, of course, I will send you the link. Probably not till tomorrow morning unless I remember to do it tonight, but I will. I will send you my math because I don't math. I will be happy when we start the episode. What episode is this? Oh, I'm so excited. You have me so excited, Bethany. I love season 3. I mean, it's season 3. It's so good. Almost done with part 3 of 6 in this book. Still hoping to finish today and started supper. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Really, like you all are amazing. Absolutely amazing to just be here for 7 hours with us. Like much appreciated. Got some good news. I have an interview tomorrow. Sadia, that's so exciting. You'll have to tell us because we'll be here in some capacity for the next 30 some hours tomorrow of sprinting. So you'll have to come and tell us how it went, but we will send you all the vibes that it goes really, really well. Absolutely. Anytime you all have questions, like you can always just put it in like the Discord or whatever for what we use for BookTube. Like I don't mind sharing what programs we use, I don't have a camera, so I can't share what camera I use. I just use my phone. But like what lightings we use, like all that stuff. Like
I'm not listen, if it hadn't been for other people like Brianna telling me what to use.
Literally.
So I'm not one to gatekeep.
No, we don't do that here because that's the thing is everything I know is the thing is there are some people who aren't necessarily super open with what they know. And the people who are super open with what they know, I was so appreciative to those people for sharing that information with me. Breon is definitely one of them that comes to mind of just like, this is what I do. This is what I use. And that was so helpful. So I'm always willing to pass that on because there's just no reason not to share that information. Like it's all about sharing of what we do. Now, what I do may not work for you because everybody does things differently, like even schedule wise. Like Neva and I do BookTube very differently just because like our schedules look different and what works for one doesn't necessarily work for the other. But how many times do we still message each other going like, how do you do this? We did that this week.
How do we do this thing? And then even if you just make it your own thing,
right?
At least you know how to. Once you know how to do the thing, then you can customize it to what you need.
Exactly. That's okay. You will catch up. And also we're going very slowly. So you might even be able to catch up to us in the month. But season 3 is so short. Like I'm kind of sad how short it is because it's so good. But that was the writer strike season. So it's only like 15 episodes, 13, 15 episodes long. It's tiny. Silly writer strike. And that was back when there was like no streaming services back when this writer strike happened. So there was literally nothing to watch ever. I remember this. It was like there was nothing to watch. Nothing. Yes, definitely keep us posted. Season 3 is also my favorite. Have not seen yet, which is making me sad because I thought we would have already. And in my head, that happened a lot earlier in season 3 than it has. Maybe tonight, to be honest, because I feel like it happened fairly early in season 3. So I will say, I do not feel this has taken me a long time to learn how to do. This is probably where I struggle the most with BookTube is making graphics.
Honestly, I looked through old graphics the other day because my Canva account, like I need to clean it up and also like separate things out because I have a really bad habit of just making a bunch of graphics just in one thing once they're sized and then I can't find anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the graphics, y'all, from the beginning of my YouTube career, I don't know where my friends were. Oh, I didn't have any yet. That's the problem. Because like some of them,
I didn't know any better to help you. Like it would have been
right. I was
like
some of these graphics are not good. Because like back then I didn't know how to I didn't know you could use templates.
Literally, I had no idea.
I didn't realize that like everybody on YouTube just uses a fucking template. Like and then they just customize it to make it with their pictures and their fonts and all that to make it their own thing.
Yeah.
But for probably the first year that I was on YouTube, I didn't know that people use templates.
Yeah.
And so I was like freehanding everything.
Yep.
And putting everything onto the graphic myself. Just use the templates, y'all. Because when you hit things like YouTube thumbnail, it brings up a bunch of freaking templates.
It does.
Just use a template and then just make it your own thing.
Yeah. My biggest thing that I really only relatively, well, I'd say within the last year maybe not even that long, is like even though it looks like I'm taking the picture in front of these bookshelves, that's not the truth. So I have just a picture of my bookshelves that has nothing in front of it. It's just a blank picture that I use as a background on my things. And then I will take a picture of me holding things and I will you can take me like out of a picture on Canva. You can like remove a subject. So then I can place myself where I want me on the background of so that I can move it depending on where I want text and stuff. Because if I just take like a flat picture, then I'm kind of stuck with what empty space I have.
And truthfully, I wish when I had my bookshelves set up before we had moved that I had done this.
Yeah, it's just a picture of my bookshelves that I'm not actually in.
Because I had my bookshelves set up in such a way that I actually really liked. But now that we're here, I can't have that same setup, and I don't have that same setup. And I like right now they're all in tubs again because we're moving shit around. So once I get them set up, I'm going to do that where I just take a static photo of just the bookshelves and then put myself over the top of it.
Yeah.
Because then you can change, because then you can have whatever picture you want. Like you have yourself sitting, you have yourself standing, you can have yourself however.
Bigger or smaller, depending on what you need it to look like. Also, Danny has a new channel, everyone. It's definitely not 3 because I've watched 3, so it could be tonight with 4. Yes, Canva is your best friend, friends, when making graphics. But honestly, I think I'm still really learning graphics. Like I was saying, is the hardest thing for me on BookTube, just because my brain doesn't work that way. Like I can't like visualize something in my brain and then make it. That's not how I don't work that way. So I have to like sit there for ages moving stuff and trying different things because it's the only way I can see it. So it's just difficult that way. But I'm learning, and you learn and you grow and you get new skills all the time as you try things.
My other advice for people personally, as an iPad kid, okay, so I understand that not everybody has an iPad. I find it much easier to use Canva on a tablet than I do on a phone or a computer.
See, I'm the opposite. I am so the opposite. I find it so much easier on a computer. That's so
now it could be that my computer is a fucking dinosaur. It could be that. But I find that I get very frustrated and flustered trying to manipulate things on my computer versus doing it the same thing on Canva on my iPad. But what I will do is I will have Canva open on my computer while working on it on my iPad, because then I can see it in 2 different screen sizes, because as you update things on one device, it will automatically update it on your other. It's like in real time.
Yes, it does. This is true. I wonder if you're more comfortable on the iPad too, just from doing digital planning for so long on your iPad. Like that's just more
probably
where you are comfortable.
Probably because, to be honest with you, I don't use my computer for anything.
Yeah.
I keep my computer because I need it to stream. It's very hard to stream from my iPad.
Yeah.
But I use it for streaming, like live streaming, and then I also use it for like watching shows. But as far as like, and then I use it for updating like back office of YouTube and Patreon. But as far as like actual, and I use it for editing, but as far as like actual graphic, but I've designed, like I don't. And I've only started using it for editing since getting a camera.
Yeah, that makes sense. It really is a game changer to realize that people, it's not the same picture.
Christina, the lineup is the same. Yeah.
I was just about to bring this back up for tomorrow. So that is for 24-hour sprints. You're going to come here for the pre-show, Neva's channel. And then after that, I don't know, but Neva can tell you because after that, I'm not aware.
If there's enough. Okay, so I have.
I was gonna eat 10. How much?
I'm assuming it's Nicole.
I don't want any.
Oh.
Nicole what?
I thought you said that.
Dusty Book Sniffers after you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's me and then Nicole. No. It's me and then Nicole is later because she's doing 8 hours in total.
Oh, gotcha.
So it's me and then Katie and then Nicole and then me and then Margaret.
There you go.
But Nicole is going to be on from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. She's going to be on for a total of 8 hours. And then I'll be back from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then Margaret will finish us out.
Nice. With that, though, I need to run to my Bones watch along, and you all need to get over to Nicole for some more sprints. Speaking of our dear Dusty Book Sniffers, I'm going to send you over there. So thank you so much for hanging out with both of us today. We will see you tomorrow bright and early at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we will be doing another 7 hours of productivity tomorrow, and then 24 hours if you're Neva. So there you go. But we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.